I have spent 12 years working as a lead surveyor for the state park system. My job is not about looking at the scenery or taking pretty pictures of the sunset. My job is about physics and structural integrity. I am the person they send in when a trail washes out or when a retaining wall begins to lean. I understand the way Earth moves under pressure and the way timber responds to rot. I know the difference between the groan of a shifting foundation and the snap of a breaking support beam. Most people walk through the woods and see a peaceful landscape, but I see a series of mechanical stresses and load-bearing points. I am a skeptic by nature and by profession. I do not believe in ghosts or legends. I believe in gravity and the slow, steady decay of organic matter. The Blackwood Gorge is a place I have mapped over 20 times. It is a deep, jagged cut in the earth that sits about 50 miles from the nearest paved road. It is not the kind of place where families go for a weekend picnic. The terrain is unforgiving, and the weather can change from a clear sky to a torrential downpour in less than 30 minutes. In the center of this gorge sits the old Pine Bridge. It is a suspension structure built in the late 1970s. It spans a gap of 80 feet and sits nearly 60 feet above a rocky riverbed that is usually dry during the summer months. My team and I were sent there because of a report of a structural wobble. It was supposed to be a routine inspection. We carried our laser levels and our heavy mallets and our notebooks. There were 3 of us in total. There was myself and my junior assistant Mark, and a local guide named Elias who knew the back trails better than anyone in the county. The morning was unusually quiet. Usually when you are deep in the gorge, you can hear the wind whistling through the narrow rock passages or the sound of squirrels and birds moving through the brush. On this day there was nothing. It was not just quiet, it was empty. It felt as though the entire forest had collectively decided to hold its breath. I remember checking my watch at exactly 10 o'clock in the morning. We reached the edge of the gorge and looked across at the bridge. From a distance, it looked perfectly fine. The cables were taut and the wooden planks were weathered but appeared solid. We did not see any signs of a landslide or fallen trees. We took our first steps onto the wooden slats. I was in the lead because I am the one with the most experience. I walked slowly and felt the bridge sway slightly under my weight. This is normal for a suspension bridge of this length. It should have a gentle, rhythmic motion. It should feel like a living thing that breathes with the wind. Mark followed 5 feet behind me, and Elias stayed at the very edge of the bridge to act as a lookout. We were halfway across when the world seemed to stop. I had my hand on the steel guide wire, and my eyes were focused on a specific plank that looked slightly out of alignment. That was when it happened. It was not a shake and it was not a vibration. It was a single massive stomp. It felt as if a giant had taken a heavy lead hammer and slammed it into the underside of the bridge directly beneath my feet. The force was so violent that it traveled up through the soles of my boots and vibrated in my teeth. The entire structure did not sway side to side. It was kicked upward. I was lifted 2 inches off the wood, and Mark fell hard onto his knees. The sound was a deep, heavy thud that swallowed the air around us. It was a sound that did not belong in nature. It was not the crack of wood or the chime of metal. It was the sound of a physical impact against the very bones of the bridge. Then there was total stillness. The bridge did not rebound. It did not swing back and forth as a bridge should after a major impact. It simply stopped moving entirely. It felt as though the bridge had been gripped by a pair of invisible hands and held perfectly still in mid-air. The natural sway was gone. I stood there with my heart hammering against my ribs and my breath trapped in my throat. I looked down through the narrow gaps between the planks. Below me there was only the gray, jagged rock of the dry riverbed. There were no animals. There were no people. There was nothing that could have produced that level of force. I looked back at Mark. He was still on his knees and his face was the color of ash. He was staring at the floorboards with wide eyes. He asked me if I had felt that. I did not answer because the answer was obvious. My legs felt like they were made of water. I waited for the bridge to start moving again. I waited for the wind to catch the cables, but the bridge remained frozen. It felt more solid than the mountain itself. It was as if the laws of physics had been suspended for a moment. I looked at Elias at the end of the bridge. He was not moving either. He was staring down into the darkness of the gorge with an expression of pure terror. He did not look at us. He was listening. I reached out to touch the guide wire again. It was cold. It was not just the cold of the morning air. It was a deep, biting chill that seemed to radiate from the metal itself. I have inspected bridges that have survived hurricanes and earthquakes, but I have never felt anything like this. A bridge is designed to move. If it does not move, it breaks. This bridge was resisting every natural force acting upon it. I took a single step forward. The wood beneath my boot did not creak. It felt as hard as concrete. I leaned over the edge very slowly. I wanted to see what was directly under the center point of the bridge. I expected to see a fallen boulder or perhaps a mechanical failure in the support columns. I saw nothing but shadows. The sun was directly overhead, but the shadows beneath the bridge seemed thicker than they should have been. They were an oily black color that did not seem to reflect any light. As I watched, I saw a ripple in the darkness. It was not a movement of a solid object. It was a shift in the air itself, like heat rising off a highway in July. The silence was starting to feel heavy. It felt like a physical weight pressing against my ears. I tried to speak, but my voice came out as a dry, raspy whisper. I told Mark we needed to move back toward the trail. I did not want to finish the inspection. I did not care about the reports or the state mandates. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to get off the wood and back onto the solid earth. Mark started to crawl backward. He did not even try to stand up. He kept his eyes fixed on the spot where the stomp had occurred. I began to back away as well. I kept my eyes on the shadows below. Just as my foot hit the first plank of the solid ground, the bridge began to move again, but it did not sway. It began to hum. It was a low-frequency vibration that I could feel in my marrow. It sounded like 1,000 bees trapped in a wooden box. The cables began to whine as if they were being pulled by a force far greater than gravity. I grabbed Mark by the shoulder and hauled him onto the dirt path. We stood there breathing hard and watching the bridge. The humming grew louder and louder until it was a roar. The wooden planks began to chatter against the frame. Then, as quickly as it had started, it stopped. The bridge went limp. It began to sway in the light breeze just like it was supposed to do. It looked like a normal old bridge again. Elias finally turned to look at us. He told us that we should not have come here today. He said that the gorge was not empty. He said that something lived in the space between the rocks and the wood, and that we had just woken it up. I wanted to tell him he was being ridiculous. I wanted to explain the vibration as a seismic event or a pocket of trapped air, but I could still feel the impact in my feet. I knew that no earthquake behaves that way. An earthquake rolls. This was a strike. It was a deliberate act of aggression. I looked down at my hands and saw that they were shaking. I am a man of science and a man of facts, but I could not find a single fact to explain why the bridge had stopped moving. We gathered our gear in silence. None of us wanted to stay in that clearing for another second. As we turned to head back up the trail, I looked over my shoulder one last time. The bridge was perfectly still again despite the wind that was now picking up. I saw a single handprint on the wooden railing near the center of the span. It was not a human handprint. It was too large, and the fingers were too long. It looked as though the wood had been scorched or melted into that shape. I did not tell Mark or Elias about the print. I just kept walking. The walk back to the truck took 3 hours. Usually we talk about sports or work or our plans for the weekend. This time we said nothing. The only sound was the crunch of our boots on the dry pine needles. I kept expecting to hear that heavy stomp again. I kept expecting the ground beneath us to shake. Every time a branch snapped or a bird took flight, I jumped. My nerves were frayed like an old rope. When we finally reached the truck, I locked the doors and sat there for a long time before starting the engine. I have not been back to Blackwood Gorge since that day. I told my supervisor that the bridge was stable, but that the terrain was too hazardous for further study. I lied to him. I know that bridge is not stable. I know that something is holding it together or waiting beneath it. I still have dreams about that single heavy thud. In my dreams, I am looking through the cracks in the floorboards, and I see an eye looking back at me. It is an eye the size of a dinner plate, and it is full of an ancient, cold intelligence. I started doing research in the local archives. I looked for stories about the gorge and the bridge. I found old newspaper clippings from the early 1900 Akhlak era. There were stories of hunters who went into the gorge and never came out. There were reports of strange sounds that could be heard for miles on quiet nights. One article mentioned a bridge that had been built and destroyed 3 times before the current one was installed. The locals called it the bridge that shakes once. They said that if you feel the stomp, it means the thing below is measuring your weight. It is deciding if you are worth the effort of a hunt. I do not go into the woods anymore. I moved to the city where everything is made of concrete and steel. I like the sound of traffic and the bright lights of the street lamps. I like knowing that there is a solid foundation beneath my feet that does not hum or stomp. But sometimes when I am lying in bed and the city goes quiet for a few minutes, I feel a slight vibration. I tell myself it is just a heavy truck passing by or a subway train moving deep underground. I tell myself that I am safe, but then I remember the way that bridge felt when it went perfectly still. I remember the handprint in the wood. I wonder if that thing is still waiting in the shadows of the gorge, or if it has started to move toward the sound of more frequent footsteps. I wonder if anyone else has felt that single heavy stomp and lived to tell the story. I wonder what happens to the people who do not get off the bridge in time. The memory of that handprint stayed with me long after I returned to the city. I tried to bury the experience under a mountain of paperwork and administrative tasks at my new office job. I took a position as a senior consultant for urban infrastructure. My days were filled with blueprints for drainage systems and the structural integrity of parking garages. These were things I could understand. A parking garage is a predictable environment. It is made of reinforced concrete and steel girders that follow the laws of mathematics. There are no ancient shadows in a parking garage. There are no vibrations that defy the principles of kinetic energy. For 6 months, I lived in a state of forced normalcy. I drank my coffee in the morning, and I watched the news, and I never looked at a map of the state park system. I convinced myself that the incident at Blackwood Gorge was a shared hallucination or a rare geological anomaly that I simply did not have the data to explain. That changed on a Tuesday evening in late October. I was sitting in my apartment on the 14th floor. The wind was howling against the glass windows and the city lights were blurred by a thick mist. I was reading a technical manual when the floor beneath my chair gave a sudden sharp jolt. It was not a tremor. It was a single vertical impact. My coffee cup slid 3 inches to the left. The glass in the windows rattled in their frames. I froze. I did not breathe. I waited for the second movement or the sound of a siren indicating a gas explosion in the street below. There was nothing but silence. I stood up and walked to the center of the room. I knelt down and pressed my palm against the hardwood floor. I could feel a faint rhythmic pulsing. It was so subtle that I might have dismissed it as the building ventilation system if I had not felt it once before. It was the same low-frequency hum that had vibrated through the old pine bridge. I spent the rest of the night sitting on my sofa with the lights turned on. I knew that I could not keep running from the truth. The thing in the gorge had not stayed in the gorge, or perhaps more accurately, the gorge was not the only place where such things existed. I realized that my research into the archives had been incomplete. I had looked for stories about the bridge, but I had not looked for the origin of the bridge itself. I needed to know who had designed it and why it had been rebuilt 3 times in the same spot. If the terrain was truly that hazardous, the state would have simply closed the trail or rerouted the path. Instead, they kept building. They kept placing a wooden and steel offering over that jagged cut in the earth. The next morning, I called in sick to work. I drove to the State University Library, which housed the historical records of the Department of Transportation and the Forestry Service. I spent hours digging through microfiche and dusty ledgers from the 1950s and 60s. I found the original survey notes for the Blackwood region. The handwriting was cramped and frantic. The lead surveyor at that time was a man named Thomas Miller. His notes began with standard topographical data, but they quickly devolved into something else. By the 3rd month of his assignment, he stopped recording elevations and soil samples. He started drawing symbols. They were jagged, interconnected lines that looked like the roots of a tree or the veins in a leaf. In the margins of his final report, he had written a single sentence over and over again. He wrote that the earth is a skin, and we are the parasites that itch. I found a photograph tucked into the back of the ledger. It was a black and white image of the first bridge. It was a crude timber structure built by a private logging company in the early 1900s. In the photograph, a group of 6 men stood on the center span. They were not smiling. They were looking down into the darkness below. One of the men was pointing at something just out of the frame. I used a magnifying glass to look closer at the background. Near the base of the western cliff face, there was a shape. It was tall and thin, and it seemed to blend into the rock. It had no face, but it possessed a posture of intense focus. It looked as if it were waiting for the men to take another step. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. I realized then that the bridge was not meant to be a crossing. It was a sensor. It was a way for the thing below to feel the world above. Every person who walked across those planks was sending a signal down into the deep. Every footfall was a heartbeat that the entity could track. I thought about the report of the structural wobble that had sent my team to the gorge in the first place. There had been no wobble. There had been no mechanical failure. Something had reached up and plucked the cables like the strings of a guitar. It was calling for us. It was ringing a dinner bell. I left the library and drove to a small town called Oakhaven, which sat on the edge of the wilderness area. It was the place where Elias lived. I needed to speak to him. He was the only one who had not been surprised by the stomp. He had known what it was before it even happened. I found his house at the end of a long gravel driveway. It was a small cabin made of cedar logs and surrounded by a high chain link fence. When I pulled up, Elias was sitting on the porch in a rocking chair. He did not look surprised to see me. He looked tired. He looked like a man who had been expecting a ghost to knock on his door. I walked up the steps and sat down on the bench opposite him. I told him about the vibration in my apartment. I told him about the handprint I had seen on the rail. Elias nodded slowly and lit a pipe. The smell of cherry tobacco filled the air. He told me that his grandfather had been one of the men in that old photograph. He told me that the gorge was not just a hole in the ground. It was a mouth. He explained that the thing living down there was older than the trees and older than the mountains. The locals called it the weaver. It did not eat flesh in the way a bear or a wolf does. It consumed the momentum of living things. It fed on the energy of movement and the heat of fear. Elias explained that the bridge was a compromise. Generations ago, the people of the valley had realized that they could not kill the weaver. They could only satisfy it. They built the bridge to give it a way to feel the sun and the wind without having to climb out of the shadows. As long as people walked across the bridge, the weaver stayed below. It was content to feel the vibrations of their lives passing over its head, but the bridge was failing. Not because of rot or rust, but because the weaver was growing restless. It had felt the heavy machinery of the modern world. It had felt the rumble of the distant highway and the roar of airplanes overhead. It wanted more than just the occasional hiker. It wanted the source of the noise. He looked me in the eyes and told me that the stomp I felt was a tag. By touching the bridge and reacting to the impact, I had established a connection with the entity. I had given it my signature. It was not following me in a physical sense, but it was tuned into my frequency. The vibration in my apartment was the weaver pulling on the thread. It was reminding me that I belonged to the gorge now. I asked him how to break the connection. Elias stopped rocking. He looked out toward the dark silhouette of the trees on the horizon. He said that there was only one way to silence the hum. I had to go back. I had to return to the center of the bridge and give the weaver something it did not expect. I had to provide a counter vibration that would sever the link. I told him he was insane. I told him that I would never set foot in that gorge again. I got into my truck and drove away as fast as I could. I stayed in a motel 3 towns over because I was too afraid to go back to my apartment. I spent the night staring at the ceiling and listening to the sound of my own heart. Around 3 o'clock in the morning, the room began to shake. It was not a gentle sway. The television on the dresser tipped over and smashed on the floor. The light fixture in the ceiling shattered. I could hear a sound like a heavy hammer striking the earth directly beneath the motel foundation. Thud, sound of something walking. It was coming for me. I realized then that Elias was right. I could not hide in the city. I could not hide in the light. The weaver was using the very ground I walked on to track me. Every step I took was a beacon. I was a fly caught in a web that spanned the entire state. If I did not go back, the weaver would eventually tear its way out of the earth to find me. I would be responsible for the destruction that followed. I would be the reason the skin of the world began to peel away. I drove back to Oak Haven at dawn. Elias was waiting for me in his driveway. He had a heavy canvas bag sitting at his feet. Inside the bag were 3 industrial-grade percussion hammers and a portable generator. He told me that we were going to create a harmonic interference. We were going to drive the hammers into the rock at the base of the bridge and create a noise so chaotic and so loud that it would shatter the weaver's focus. It was a gamble. If it worked, the weaver would retreat into the deepest cracks of the gorge to escape the pain of the sound. If it failed, we would be providing the entity with a feast of energy that would allow it to fully manifest. We reached the trailhead by noon. The forest was even quieter than it had been during my first visit. There were no insects buzzing and no wind moving the leaves. The air felt thick and heavy like it was made of liquid. We carried the equipment down the steep switchbacks in silence. My legs felt heavy, and every step required a massive effort of will. I felt as though I were walking through deep mud. The closer we got to the gorge, the louder the humming became. It was no longer a low vibration. It was a physical pressure that made my ears bleed. When we reached the edge of the cliff, I looked across at the old pine bridge. It was vibrating so violently that the wooden planks were becoming a blur. The steel cables were glowing with a faint, sickly green light. I could see the shadows beneath the bridge beginning to rise. They were no longer just patches of darkness. They were forming into long, translucent tendrils that wrapped around the support beams. The weaver was not just measuring us anymore. It was pulling the bridge down into the earth. It was preparing to swallow the entire structure. Elias pointed to the base of the western anchor point. He told me to set up the first two hammers while he prepared the generator. I scrambled down the rocky slope, my fingers raw and bleeding from the sharp stones. I could feel the heat radiating from the ground. It felt like standing on the lid of a furnace. I positioned the hammers against the solid granite and connected the power lines. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely grip the tools. I looked up and saw a shape moving on the bridge. It was a tall, thin figure that seemed to be made of smoke and old wood. It was standing exactly where I had stood when I felt the stomp. It turned its head toward me, and I saw the eye. It was a vast pit of swirling gray mist that held no mercy and no emotion. It was simply hungry. Elias shouted for me to clear the area. He flipped the switch on the generator. The hammers roared to life. The sound was deafening. It was a mechanical scream that tore through the silence of the forest. The vibration was so intense that the rock beneath my feet began to crack. I fell backward as a wave of sonic energy hit me. I looked at the bridge. The weaver recoiled. The tendrils of shadow snapped back like burnt rubber. The figure on the bridge let out a sound that was not a scream, but a structural groan. It sounded like a skyscraper collapsing. The bridge began to buck and twist. The wooden planks were ripped from their bolts and sent flying into the abyss. The cables snapped one by one with the sound of gunshot reports. I watched as the old pine bridge, which had stood for 40 years, was torn apart by the conflicting forces of the weaver and the machines. The entity struggled to maintain its grip on our reality, but the chaotic rhythm of the hammers was too much for it to process. It thrived on the steady pulse of life, but it was wounded by the jagged noise of the industrial age. The entire center span of the bridge collapsed. It fell into the dark riverbed below and was instantly swallowed by the shadows. For a moment, there was a flash of blinding light and then a vacuum of sound. My ears popped and I felt a sensation of falling. When I opened my eyes, the gorge was empty. The shadows had retreated. The humming had stopped. The air was cool and light once again. I could hear a bird chirping in a tree nearby. The heavy pressure that had been sitting on my chest for months was gone. Elias was sitting on the ground next to the generator. He was covered in gray dust and his clothes were torn, but he was alive. He looked at the empty gap where the bridge had been. He said that we had bought ourselves some time. The weaver was not dead. It could not be killed, but its connection to our world had been severed. It would take a long time for it to regrow its threads. It would have to wait for another bridge to be built, or for another fool to wander too close to the edge with a heavy heart. I helped Elias pack up the remaining equipment. We left the broken hammers in the rock as a warning or a headstone. As we climbed back up the trail, I did not look back. I did not need to. I knew that the gorge was just a hole in the ground again. But as we reached the top of the ridge, I felt a tiny tingle in the soles of my boots. It was not a stomp and it was not a hum. It was just the earth settling, or perhaps it was a promise. I realized then that the world is not as solid as we like to believe. We walk on a thin crust of logic and science while something vast and ancient dreams beneath our feet. I still live in the city and I still work with concrete and steel, but I always take the stairs. I never trust a structure that feels too still, and I never walk across a bridge without listening to the rhythm of my own footsteps first. I know now that we are always being measured. We are always being weighed, and sometimes the earth does not just hold us up. Sometimes it reaches out to see how much we can endure before we break. The silence that followed the collapse of the bridge was not a peaceful one. It was the silence of a held breath. Elias and I stood at the trailhead for a long time while the dust settled into the deep cracks of the earth. We did not speak because there were no words for the physical relief of a severed tether. I could feel the blood cooling in my veins, the heavy pressure that had lived behind my eyes since that first day at the gorge had vanished. I looked at my hands and saw that they were no longer vibrating. For the first time in months, the world was stationary. We drove back to the cabin in silence. The gravel crunching beneath the tires of the truck sounded like the most beautiful music I had ever heard. It was a mundane sound. It was a sound that belonged to the physical world of rocks and rubber. When we arrived at the cabin, Elias went inside without a word and returned with 2 glasses of water. He sat in his rocking chair, and I sat on the porch steps. The sun was beginning to dip below the tree line, and the sky was turning a bruised shade of purple. I asked him if it was over. Elias took a slow sip of water and looked out toward the woods. He told me that for me, the immediate danger was gone. The weaver had lost the scent of my specific frequency when the hammers shattered the harmonic link, but he warned me that the earth has a long memory. The gorge was still there. The weaver was still there. It was merely wounded and hungry. It would wait. It would wait for decades if it had to, until the memory of what happened today faded from the records of the state and the minds of the locals. Eventually, some young engineer would see the gap in the trail and propose a new crossing. They would call it progress. They would talk about tourism and accessibility, and they would drive new stakes into the ground. I told him that I would make sure that never happened. I promised to bury the files and redact the coordinates. I would use my position in the Urban Infrastructure Department to ensure that Blackwood Gorge remained a dead zone on every map. Elias smiled, but it was a sad expression. He told me that men have tried to hide the truth for centuries. He told me about the logging companies and the early settlers who had seen the same things we had seen. They had left warnings in journals and markings on trees, but the forest grows over the markings and the journals rot in damp cellars. The earth always reclaims its secrets so that it can tell them again to a fresh audience. That night I slept in the guest room of the cabin. It was the first time I had slept without the fear of the floor moving beneath me. I did not dream of shadows or bridges. I dreamed of nothing at all. When I woke up the next morning, the air was crisp and the smell of pine was overwhelming. I felt a sense of clarity that I had never known. I realized that my life in the city was a thin veneer. The blueprints and the spreadsheets were just ways of pretending that we have control over the environment. We build boxes to live in so that we do not have to look at the vastness of the sky. We build roads so that we do not have to touch the soil. I thanked Elias for saving my life. He told me that he had not done it for me. He had done it for the mountain. He said that if the weaver had come out, it would have changed the nature of the wilderness forever. It was better for everyone if the hungry things stayed in the dark. I left Oak Haven and drove back toward the city. As I descended from the high country and the trees gave way to concrete and glass, I felt a strange sense of mourning. I was leaving the truth behind to return to a comfortable lie. When I returned to my office on Monday morning, my boss was waiting for me. He was a man named Miller who cared only about deadlines and budgets. He asked me where I had been for the last 3 days. I told him that I had been dealing with a personal matter. He looked at my disheveled appearance and my bandaged hands, but he did not ask for details. He handed me a folder and told me that there was a new project on my desk. He said that the state was fast tracking a series of infrastructure improvements in the northern districts. They wanted to revitalize the park systems to encourage more foot traffic. I opened the folder. My heart stopped. Inside was a proposal for a new suspension bridge at Blackwood Gorge. The document claimed that the previous structure had collapsed due to unforeseen seismic activity and that a more robust design was required. They had already allocated the funds. They had already selected a construction firm. The report stated that the new bridge would be made of high-tension steel and would feature glass floor panels so that hikers could look directly down into the depths of the gorge. I felt a cold wave of nausea. I looked at the date on the proposal. It had been drafted 3 weeks ago. The state had known the bridge was going to fail before it even happened, or perhaps they had been prompted to build something even more sensitive. I realized then that the Weaver was not just an entity in a hole. It was a force that influenced the world around it. It moved the pens of the bureaucrats and the minds of the planners. It wanted that glass floor. It wanted to see the faces of the people as they looked down into its eyes. I stood up and walked out of the office. I did not take my coat or my briefcase. I walked past the reception desk and down the 14 flights of stairs. I did not want to be in the elevator. I did not want to be suspended in a metal box held by cables. I reached the street and started walking. I walked until the sun went down and the city lights came on. I found myself at the edge of the river that ran through the center of the metropolitan area. There was a large stone bridge that connected the business district to the residential suburbs. Thousands of cars were crossing it. Thousands of people were walking along the sidewalks. I stood at the base of the bridge and pressed my ear against the cold stone. At first, I heard only the sound of the traffic and the wind, but then beneath the mechanical noise I heard it, a low rhythmic thrumming. It was faint, but it was there. It was the sound of a heart beating deep within the earth. I realized that the Weaver was not unique. It was just one of many. The entire world was a network of bridges, and every one of them was a dinner bell. We have built our entire civilization on top of things that are waiting for us to slip. I did not go back to my apartment. I sold my car and took the bus to a small town in the desert where the ground is baked hard and the bedrock is close to the surface. I live in a one-story house with a slab foundation. There are no bridges here. There are no gorges. There is only the flat expanse of the sand and the heat of the sun. I spend my days working in a local hardware store. I sell hammers and nails and bags of concrete. I do not look at maps anymore. Sometimes at night when the wind dies down and the desert is perfectly still, I feel a tiny vibration in the soles of my feet. It is not a stomp. It is more like a whisper. It is the sound of something very far away calling my name. I know that it is still looking for me. I know that the thread is still there even if it is stretched thin. I know that one day the state will finish that bridge in Blackwood Gorge. They will invite the press and they will cut a ribbon and the first group of tourists will walk out onto the glass panels. They will look down into the darkness and they will feel a sense of awe, and then the ground will move. I wonder if anyone will remember the man who tried to warn them. I wonder if Elias is still sitting on his porch watching the trees. I wonder if the Weaver is happy with its new toy. I think about the handprint in the wood and the eye in the mist. I think about the way the light looked when the cables snapped. Most of all, I think about the sound of my own footsteps. I have learned to walk very softly. I have learned to move as if the earth were made of thin ice. Because it is, we are all just walking across a bridge that we did not build toward an end that we cannot see, and something beneath us is counting every step. I avoid the high places now. I avoid the structures that reach for the clouds and the tunnels that burrow into the dark. I stay on the flat ground where the shadows are short and the air is dry. But even here I am not truly safe. No one is. The earth is a living thing and it has a very long memory. It knows where we are. It knows how we move, and it is always listening. Every time a car crosses a highway or a train rattles the tracks, the message is sent. We are here. We are moving. We are alive. And the things in the deep are waiting for us to stop. I keep a small piece of the old pine bridge in my pocket. It is a splinter of cedar that I found caught in my boot after the collapse. It is charred and twisted, but it feels heavy in my hand. Sometimes when I hold it, I can feel the faint echo of that final scream. It reminds me that I was there. It reminds me that I saw the truth. It is a heavy burden to carry, but I cannot let it go. It is the only thing that proves I am not insane. I watch the news and I wait for the headline. I wait for the report of a sudden disaster at a national park. I wait for the story of a bridge that vanished into the earth without a trace. I know it is coming. The weaver does not forget a debt. It has been fed for 100 years and it will not go hungry for long. Until then, I will keep walking softly. I will keep my head down and my eyes on the horizon. I will pray that the ground stays solid for just one more day. But in the back of my mind, I can still hear the hum. It is getting louder. It is getting closer. And I know that eventually I will have to find a new place to hide, because the world is full of bridges and I have nowhere left to go. The desert sun beat down on the corrugated metal roof of the hardware store with a relentless intensity that I found comforting. Heat this dry did not carry sound the way the humid air of the forest did. It did not vibrate with the hidden frequencies of growing things. Here the world felt static and brittle, as if it might shatter if struck, but it would never bend or ripple like the surface of a pond. I spent my mornings stacking heavy bags of quick-set cement onto wooden pallets. The weight of the bags anchored me. I liked the way the dust coated my skin in a fine white powder that made me look like a ghost. It was a reminder of the physical reality of the earth. It was something I could touch and measure and understand. My manager was a man named Silas who had lived in the desert for 60 years. He was as parched and tough as a piece of sun-bleached leather. He did not ask questions about my past or why a man with an engineering degree was content to haul lumber and count screws for minimum wage. He only cared that I arrived 5 minutes early and that I never complained about the heat. Silas understood the value of silence. Sometimes we would sit on the loading dock during our lunch break and watch the heat waves shimmer over the blacktop of the highway. He told me once that the desert was the only place where a man could see the world for what it really was. He said that the sand was just the bones of the mountains, and that the wind was just the breath of the void. I did not tell him that I had seen the bones of the world move. I did not tell him that I had heard the void scream. One afternoon, a truck pulled into the gravel lot. It was a late model vehicle with a state government seal on the door. My heart skipped a beat as I watched two men in crisp khaki uniforms step out. They looked out of place in the dust and the glare. They carried clipboards and wore sunglasses that reflected the empty sky. I retreated into the shadows of the warehouse aisle and busied myself with organizing a shelf of galvanized pipes. I could hear their voices through the open bay door. They were talking to Silas about a new geological survey. They mentioned that the state was looking into the feasibility of a high-speed rail line that would cut across this section of the basin. They needed to scout locations for the concrete pillars that would support the elevated tracks. I gripped a length of steel pipe so hard that my knuckles turned white. The sensation of ice water returned to my stomach. It was starting again. The reach of the planners and the builders was infinite. They could not leave the flat earth alone. They wanted to lift things up and suspend them in the air. They wanted to create spans and arches and bridges. I listened as they discussed the depth of the bedrock and the stability of the soil. They spoke with the same arrogance I had once possessed. They believed that their calculations and their blueprints were enough to tame the ancient geometry of the land. They did not know that the moment they drove a spike into the ground, they were ringing a bell that something beneath them would eventually answer. When the men left, I walked out to the loading dock. Silas was looking at the dust cloud their truck left behind. He spat on the ground and shook his head. He said that those boys did not understand the desert. He said that the sand here was not just dirt. It was a shifting sea that did not like to be pinned down. I asked him if he thought the rail line was a good idea. He looked at me with his squinted blue eyes and told me that nothing good ever came from trying to fly over the ground without wings. He said that if a man wanted to get from one side of the desert to the other, he should walk or ride a horse. He should feel every mile of the distance. He should know the cost of the journey. I went home that night to my small house and sat on the floor. I did not turn on the lights. I sat in the dark and felt the stillness of the slab beneath me. I thought about the glass floor of the bridge they were building back at Blackwood Gorge. I imagined the first family of tourists walking out over the abyss. I could see the children pressing their faces against the glass and the parents smiling for a photograph. They would feel a sense of thrill at the height, but they would feel safe because of the steel and the bolts. They would not see the smoke and the old wood shifting in the shadows below. They would not hear the structural groan of the universe as it prepared to swallow them whole. The tingle in my feet returned that night. It was a rhythmic pulse that seemed to originate from miles below the crust. It was rhythmic and deliberate. It felt like a heartbeat, but it was too slow for a human. It was the heartbeat of a planet that was losing its patience. I realized then that my flight to the desert had been an illusion. I had not escaped the weaver or its kind. I had only moved to a different part of the web. The entire Earth was a sprawling network of vibrations, and every structure we built was a new string for the entity to pluck. I took the splinter of the old pine bridge out of my pocket and held it against my forehead. I closed my eyes and tried to remember the exact sound of the hammers Elias had used. I tried to recreate the jagged mechanical noise in my mind. It was the only weapon we had. The weaver could not handle the chaos of industrial sound. It required the steady pulse of life and the slow decay of time. If I could not stop the world from building bridges, I could at least remember how to break them. I realized that my life would never be normal again. I was no longer an engineer of construction. I was an engineer of collapse. The next morning, I did not go to work. I drove to the local library and spent hours looking at geological maps of the desert basin. I looked for the faults and the hollows. I looked for the places where the earth was thin. I found a series of old mining reports from the late 19th century. They spoke of deep shafts that had been abandoned because the miners had heard voices in the rock. They spoke of tunnels that had collapsed without warning and of men who had walked into the dark and never returned. I marked the locations of these shafts on a map. They were all located along the path of the proposed rail line. I knew what I had to do. I could not let them build the pillars. I could not let them create a new vibration in a place that had been quiet for 1,000 years. I went to the back of the hardware store and gathered the supplies I would need. I took bags of salt and heavy copper wire. I took a set of industrial vibrators that were used for settling concrete. I loaded them into the back of my old truck and waited for the sun to go down. I felt a strange sense of purpose that I had not felt since the day at the gorge. I was no longer running. I was fighting back. As I drove out into the open desert, the stars were so bright they looked like holes poked in a velvet curtain. The air was cold and sharp. I reached the first survey site and saw the wooden stakes the men in khakis had driven into the sand. They were marked with bright orange ribbons that fluttered in the breeze. I knelt by the first stake and pressed my ear to the ground. The hum was louder here. It was a hungry sound. It was the sound of a predator waiting for a trap to be set. I began to dig. I dug deep into the sand until I hit the hard clay beneath. I buried the copper wire in a circular pattern around the stake. I poured the salt over the wire and connected it to a battery pack. Then I set the industrial vibrator against the clay and turned it on. The machine began to shake with a violent, high-pitched scream. It was a disruptive frequency that tore through the natural silence of the desert. I could feel the ground beneath me begin to protest. The sand started to swirl in small eddies as the vibrations disrupted the tension of the soil. I moved to the next stake and repeated the process. I worked through the night under the cold light of the moon. My hands were blistered and my back ached, but I did not stop. I was creating a wall of noise. I was making the ground uninhabitable for the things that lived in the deep. I was telling the weaver that this place was protected. I was telling it that we were not just prey. We were a nuisance. We were a source of irritation that would not go away. By the time the sun began to peek over the horizon, I had wired 6 of the survey sites. The desert was no longer silent. It was buzzing with the sound of a dozen machines. The air felt charged with static electricity. My hair stood on end, and the taste of ozone filled my mouth. I stood back and looked at my work. The orange ribbons on the stakes were vibrating so fast they were a blur of color. The ground itself seemed to be humming with a frantic, desperate energy. I sat on the tailgate of my truck and watched as the state vehicle returned. The 2 men got out and immediately stopped. They looked at the vibrating ground with expressions of pure confusion. They checked their instruments and saw the readings were off the charts. They walked toward one of the stakes, but stopped when they felt the physical pressure of the sound waves. They looked at each other and then looked at the vast, empty desert. They did not see me. I was parked behind a ridge of rocks a few hundred yards away. They did not stay long. They climbed back into their truck and sped away toward the highway. I knew they would be back with more equipment and more men. They would try to figure out what was causing the interference. They would call it a geological anomaly or a pocket of pressurized gas. They would use every word in their scientific vocabulary to explain away the fear they were feeling. But I knew the truth. They would never build that rail line. The ground was too loud. The earth was too angry. I felt a wave of exhaustion wash over me. I had bought this piece of land some time. I had severed the thread before it could be woven into a bridge. I climbed into the cab of my truck and started the engine. As I drove away, I looked in the rearview mirror. The desert looked the same as it always had. The sand was vast and the sky was empty. But I knew that beneath the surface the machines were still screaming. I knew that the things in the dark were recoiling from the noise. I returned to the town and went back to the hardware store. Silas was waiting for me. He looked at my dusty clothes and my tired eyes. He did not ask where I had been. He just handed me a cup of black coffee and told me that the state had canceled the survey. He said they had found some instability in the soil that made the project too expensive. He gave me a small nod and went back to counting his inventory. I realized then that Silas knew. He had always known. He was a guardian of the silence, just like Elias. I spent the rest of the day working in the warehouse. The hum in my feet was gone. The world felt solid and heavy again. I knew that my victory was temporary. I knew that there were 1,000 other bridges being built in 1,000 other places. I knew that the weaver was patient and that the earth was vast. But for today, the desert was quiet. For today, the people in the town were safe. I walked home that evening and took the stairs to my front door. I sat on my porch and listened to the wind. It was just the wind. There were no voices in it. There were no hungry eyes in the dark. I closed my eyes, and for the first time in a very long time, I felt at peace. I knew that as long as I had my hammers and my wire, I could keep the shadows at bay. I was an engineer of the end, and I was ready for whatever came next. The peace I found on my porch was a fragile thing. It lasted only until the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars began to pierce the purple shroud of the evening. I realized then that my work at the survey site was a localized wound on a global skin. I had stopped one set of pillars, but the world was still full of architects who dreamed of spanning the impossible. I went inside and looked at my map of the region. I had marked the abandoned mines and the survey stakes, but my eyes kept drifting toward the north. There was a project there that I had avoided thinking about. It was a massive dam and bridge system meant to harness the power of a seasonal river that cut through a deep limestone canyon. It was called the Ocotillo Pass. It was the kind of structure that the weaver would find irresistible. It was a deep puncture into the ancient stone and a high-tension wire across the sky. I could not stay in my small house and wait for the news reports. I knew that the vibration I had felt earlier was not just a response to the survey crew. It was a signal. The things in the deep were moving. They were responding to the increasing density of human construction. We were building a cage of steel and concrete around the world, and something within the earth was beginning to push back. I gathered my tools and my remaining batteries. I knew that I could not keep fighting these battles alone, but there was no one left to call. Elias was gone or hiding. The people in the town were blind by choice. I was the only one who could hear the frequency of the collapse. I drove through the night toward the Ocotillo Pass. The road was a narrow ribbon of asphalt that wound through the jagged shadows of the mountains. The further north I went, the more the air changed. The dry heat of the desert was replaced by a cool dampness that felt familiar and terrifying. It smelled of wet stone and old moss. It smelled like the Blackwood Gorge. I kept my windows rolled up and the radio off. I did not want to hear anything but the sound of the tires on the road. I needed to know if the hum was following me. Every few miles I would pull over and step out into the darkness. I would press my palms against the hood of the truck and wait. The vibration was there. It was faint but steady. It was a low thrum that felt like a giant machine idling just beneath the surface of the planet. As I approached the construction site for the Ocotillo Pass, I saw the lights of the massive cranes. They looked like the skeletons of prehistoric birds perched on the edge of the cliffs. The scale of the project was staggering. They were not just building a bridge. They were reshaping the entire canyon. They had carved massive terraces into the limestone and poured thousands of tons of concrete to create the footings for the dam. I parked my truck a mile away and walked the rest of the distance on foot. I moved through the scrub brush and the rocks, being careful not to kick any loose stones. I had become a shadow. I was a man who lived between the layers of the world. The construction site was active even at 3 in the morning. Shift workers in yellow vests moved around the floodlights like insects. I watched from a distance as a massive drill bit was lowered into a hole in the canyon floor. The sound was deafening. It was a mechanical shriek that tore through the night. This was exactly what I had feared. The noise was loud enough to mask the subtle sounds of the earth shifting. These men were working on top of a predator, and they were making so much noise they would never hear the snap of the jaws. I saw the way the bridge cables were being tensioned. They were thick bundles of steel that hummed in the wind. To a normal person, it was the sound of progress. To me, it was the sound of a harp string being tightened until it was ready to sever a soul. I found a way down into the canyon by following a dry creek bed. The walls of the gorge rose up on either side of me like the ribs of a buried god. The air down here was heavy and still. I could feel the pressure in my ears. I reached the base of the main pylon. It was a monolithic structure of reinforced concrete that seemed to grow directly out of the bedrock. I placed my hand against the cold surface. The vibration was intense here. It was not the mechanical shake of the drill. It was something deeper. It was a pulse of pure resentment. The earth did not want this pylon here. The limestone was cracking in ways that the engineers had not predicted. I could see the fine webs of fractures radiating outward from the base. They had covered them with a gray sealant, but I knew what lay beneath. I opened my bag and began to set up my interference devices. I knew that a simple vibrator would not be enough for a structure of this size. I needed to create a resonance that would mimic the sound of a structural failure. I needed to trick the weaver into thinking the bridge was already broken. If the entity believed the meal was spoiled, it might move on. I began to wire the base of the pylon with copper coils. I worked with a frantic precision. My heart was hammering against my ribs. I felt as if I were standing in the mouth of a cave and something was breathing on the back of my neck. I did not look up. I did not look at the shadows that danced on the canyon walls. I focused on the wire and the salt. Suddenly the drilling stopped. The silence that followed was more terrifying than the noise. It was a sudden vacuum that sucked the air out of the canyon. I froze. I heard the voices of the workers echoing from the top of the cliffs. They were shouting to one another. Something had gone wrong. I looked up and saw the lights of the cranes flickering. The massive steel arms began to sway even though there was no wind. The cables of the bridge began to sing. It was a high, thin note that vibrated in my teeth. The weaver was here. It had not waited for the bridge to be finished. It was hungry now. I scrambled to finish the circuit. My fingers were shaking so badly I could hardly twist the wires together. I poured the last of the salt over the connection and flipped the switch on the battery pack. The device began to whine. It was a different sound than the drill. It was a jagged, discordant frequency that seemed to bounce off the canyon walls. For a moment, the swaying of the cranes slowed. The high note of the cables dropped an octave. I felt a surge of hope. I was pushing back. I was creating a pocket of chaos in the middle of the entity's feast. But the earth responded with a violence I had never felt before. The ground beneath the pylon did not just shake, it heaved. A crack opened in the limestone just a few feet from where I was standing. A puff of cold black dust erupted from the fissure. It smelled of ancient rot and wet fur. I fell back as the pylon groaned. The sound was like 1,000 trees snapping at once. Above me, I heard the screams of the workers as the scaffolding began to collapse. The floodlights went dark one by one as the power lines were severed. The canyon was plunged into a terrifying half-light provided only by the moon and the sparks of grinding metal. I saw it then. In the depths of the new crack in the earth, I saw a flicker of movement. It was not a hand or an eye. It was a shift in the darkness itself. It was as if the shadows had become solid and were reaching upward. The pylon began to tilt. The massive concrete structure that was supposed to last for a century was being pulled down into the throat of the world. I realized that my interference had not been enough. I had only succeeded in drawing its attention to me. The vibration from my device was a dinner bell. I had tried to play a game with a god, and I had lost. I turned and ran. I did not look back at the pylon or the falling cranes. I ran up the creek bed, my lungs burning in the cold air. Behind me, the sound of the collapse was a continuous roar. It was the sound of the world being unmade. I reached the top of the ridge and looked back. The Ocotillo Pass was gone. The lights were out, and the great pylon had vanished into a cloud of dust and shadow. The bridge cables hung limp from the opposite cliff like broken spider webs. There was no fire. There was no explosion. There was only a sudden and total absence where $1 million of engineering had stood moments before. I reached my truck and fumbled with the keys. My hands were covered in white limestone dust and blood. I started the engine and drove away from the canyon as fast as the old vehicle would go. I did not stop until I was back in the flat, open desert where the horizon was a straight line. I pulled over and sat in the silence of the cab. I was shaking uncontrollably. I had seen the truth again. No matter what we built, no matter how deep we dug, we were only guests on a surface that did not want us. The bridges were just invitations for the dark to come up and play. I looked at the splinter of the old pine bridge that I still kept on the dashboard. It was glowing faintly in the starlight, or perhaps that was just my imagination. I realized that I could not keep running and I could not keep fighting. The world was too big and the weaver was everywhere. Every road, every tunnel, every skyscraper was a new thread. We had built a civilization that was a massive instrument for a creature we could not comprehend. We were the music, and we were the meal. I drove back to the hardware store as the sun began to rise. I did not go inside. I sat on the loading dock and waited for Silas. When he arrived, he looked at me and then looked at the dust on my truck. He did not say a word about the news that was already beginning to break on the radio. He just sat down next to me and offered me a cigarette. We sat there for a long time watching the light change on the sand. I realized that Silas was not just a man who liked the desert. He was a man who had accepted the inevitable. He knew that the ground would eventually take everything back. He was just enjoying the view while it lasted. I decided then that I would stop trying to be a hero. I would stop trying to save a world that was determined to hang itself on its own cables. I would stay here in the dust and the heat. I would sell my hammers and my nails. I would walk softly and I would keep my head down, but I would also keep my ears open. I would listen for the hum and I would listen for the snap. I would be a witness to the end. Because when the last bridge falls and the last pylon is pulled into the dark, someone needs to be there to remember that we were once here. Someone needs to remember that we tried to reach for the sky even as the earth held onto our ankles. The news of the Ocotillo Pass disaster stayed in the headlines for a week. They called it a freak geological event. They blamed a hidden cavern system that had been missed during the initial surveys. They talked about new regulations and better technology. They talked about rebuilding. I listened to the voices on the television and I felt a cold pity for them. They were already planning the next bridge. They were already gathering the steel and the stone. They were like ants building a nest on the back of a sleeping tiger. They did not understand that the tiger was waking up. I went back to my work. I stacked the bags of cement and I counted the screws. I felt the weight of the physical world in my hands. I found comfort in the simple reality of a well-made tool. I did not look at the mountains anymore. I kept my eyes on the flat ground. I learned to find beauty in the cracked earth and the dry scrub. It was an honest landscape. It did not pretend to be anything other than what it was. It was a graveyard and a cradle all at once. Sometimes at night I still hear the whisper. It is not a call to action anymore. It is just a reminder. It is the sound of a thread being pulled tight. I know that my time in the desert is a borrowed thing. I know that eventually the weaver will find a way to span this distance too. But until then I will be here. I will be the man who walks on thin ice with a heavy heart. I will be the man who knows that the bridge is out. And I will be the only one who is not surprised when the ground finally decides to speak. The days turned into weeks and the weeks into months. The heat of the desert became a part of me. I felt as if the sun were baking the fear out of my bones. I became as quiet as the landscape. I spoke only when necessary. I moved with a slow, deliberate grace. I was no longer an engineer of construction or collapse. I was simply a part of the stillness. I watched the seasons change in the subtle shifts of the wind and the color of the sky. I saw the way the shadows grew long in the winter and short in the summer. I saw the world as a series of cycles rather than a linear path toward progress. One evening, as I was closing the store, a young man walked in. He looked like I had looked 10 years ago. He had a bright face and a crisp white shirt. He was carrying a roll of blueprints under his arm. He asked me where the best place was to buy high-grade surveying equipment. He told me he was part of a new team sent to reevaluate the Ocotillo Pass. He said the government was determined to finish the project. He said they had found a way to stabilize the bedrock using a new chemical injection method. He spoke with such confidence that I almost believed him. I looked at his blueprints, and I saw the familiar arches and the elegant spans. I saw the bridge that would never be. I did not try to warn him. I did not tell him about the eye in the mist or the handprint in the wood. I did not tell him about the sound of the universe groaning under its own weight. I simply pointed him toward the shelf with the transit levels and the measuring tapes. I sold him the tools he would use to build his own grave. As he walked out the door, I watched the way his boots struck the ground. He walked with a heavy, confident stride. He walked as if the earth were a solid, reliable thing. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of grief for him. He was so young, and he was so very loud. I stayed on the loading dock long after he had gone. The sun was setting, and the desert was turning a deep shade of crimson. I felt the tiny vibration in the soles of my feet. It was a greeting. The thread was still there. It was stretched thin across the miles, but it had not snapped. I reached into my pocket and touched the splinter of cedar. It was warm. I closed my eyes and listened to the silence. It was a perfect hollow sound. It was the sound of a world waiting for the next step, and I knew that somewhere far away in a gorge filled with darkness, the weaver was beginning to spin. The young engineer drove away into the orange haze of the evening, and I felt the weight of my silence like a stone in my gut. I had become a passive observer to a looming execution. I walked back into the hardware store and began the ritual of locking the heavy steel doors. The metal groaned on its hinges. It was a sound that used to represent security to me, but now it just felt like the rattling of a cage. I looked at the shelves of supplies and saw them for what they truly were. Every hammer was a tool for intrusion. Every bag of concrete was a plug for a wound that refused to heal. I felt a sudden and violent urge to throw it all away. I wanted to burn the store to the ground and scatter the ashes into the wind, but I knew that would not change anything. The appetite of the earth was not a fire that could be put out with another fire. I went to the back room where Silas kept his small office. It was a cramped space filled with the smell of stale coffee and old paper. Silas was sitting at his desk staring at a map of the county. He did not look up when I entered. He just pointed a gnarled finger at a spot on the map about 50 miles east of the Ocotillo Pass. It was a place called the Obsidian Flats. It was a vast stretch of black volcanic rock where nothing grew and the wind never stopped blowing. There was a legend among the older people in the area that the flats were a place where the barrier between worlds was thin. They said that if you stood in the center of the flats at midnight, you could hear the voices of the people who had been taken by the ground. Silas told me that a new seismic research station was being built there. He said that the government was not just interested in rebuilding the bridge. They wanted to understand why the earth had opened up. They were bringing in deep earth sensors and high-frequency probes. They were going to poke and prod at the darkness until it screamed. I felt a cold chill run down my spine. This was the cycle repeating itself, but on a much more dangerous scale. The weaver had been content to wait for us to build our bridges and our dams, but now we were going to go looking for it. We were going to walk into its lair with flashlights and clipboards. I asked Silas if he thought we should do something. He finally looked at me, and his eyes were full of a deep and weary sadness. He told me that there was no such thing as saving the world. He He said that the world would save itself by getting rid of us. He told me that he had seen this happen before in other places and under other names. He said that the entity in the deep was not evil in the way humans understood it. It was simply a force of nature like gravity or the tide. It was the white blood cell of the planet, and we were the infection. I realized then that Silas was not just a witness. He was a survivor of a previous collapse. He had seen the threads tighten before, and he had chosen to hide in the desert rather than fight. I could not accept his resignation. I felt a spark of the old engineer within me. I was not a man who could sit by and watch a train wreck even if I knew the tracks were doomed. I told Silas that I was going to the Obsidian Flats. I did not have a plan, but I knew I could not stay in the store while those researchers started their work. I needed to see what they were doing. I needed to know if the vibration I felt in my feet was the same vibration they were looking for. Silas did not try to stop me. He just reached into his desk drawer and pulled out a small leather pouch. He handed it to me and told me to keep it close. Inside the pouch was a collection of smooth black stones and a piece of rusted iron. He said they were anchors. He said that if the ground started to move, I should hold on to them and remember the weight of my own name. I left the store and drove toward the east. The road to the Obsidian Flats was little more than a dirt track that cut through the sagebrush. The moon was high and full, and it cast a ghostly silver light over the landscape. The further I drove, the more the desert changed. The red sand gave way to jagged black rocks that looked like frozen waves of obsidian. The air became sharp and metallic. I could feel the electricity in the atmosphere. It was the same feeling I had experienced right before the Ocotillo Pass collapsed, but it was constant here. It was a steady pressure that made the hair on my arms stand up. I saw the research station from a distance. It was a cluster of modular buildings and silver domes that looked completely out of place in the ancient landscape. There were several large trucks parked nearby, and a tall antenna that pulsed with a steady red light. I parked my truck behind a large rock formation and approached on foot. I moved with the silence I had learned in the desert. I felt like a ghost haunting the ruins of the future. I reached the perimeter of the camp and crouched down behind a stack of crates. I could hear the hum of the generators. It was a low mechanical growl that fought against the natural silence of the flats. I saw men in white lab coats moving between the buildings. They were carrying sensitive instruments and rolls of thermal paper. They looked excited. They looked like they were on the verge of a great discovery. I wanted to scream at them to stop. I wanted to tell them that they were standing on a trapdoor and they were trying to find the handle. I watched as they lowered a long, slender probe into a borehole in the center of the camp. The probe was equipped with a diamond-tipped drill and a high-speed camera. They were going to look into the throat of the earth. As the probe descended, the hum of the generators changed. It became higher and more frantic. I felt the vibration in the black rock beneath my feet. It was not a steady pulse anymore. It was a series of sharp, rhythmic jolts. It felt like a heartbeat. I looked at the red light on the antenna and saw that it was flickering in sync with the tremors. The researchers gathered around a monitor in the main building. I could see their silhouettes through the window. They were pointing at the screen and gesturing wildly. They had found something. I crept closer to the building and peered through a gap in the window frame. The screen was filled with a grainy image of a dark tunnel. The walls of the tunnel were not made of rock or soil. They were covered in a thick, glistening substance that looked like organic webbing. It was the same material I had seen at the Blackwood Gorge, but it was alive. It was pulsing with a soft, violet light. As the camera moved deeper, I saw the shapes of things that had been taken. I saw the rusted skeletons of old mining equipment and the twisted remains of a bridge pylon. And then I saw something that made my breath catch in my throat. Embedded in the wall of the tunnel was a human hand. It was perfectly preserved as if it had been cast in glass. It was reaching outward as if trying to grasp the camera. I recognized the ring on the finger. It was the same ring that Elias had worn. He had not been lost in the collapse. He had been harvested. He was part of the structure now. He was a brick in the wall of the weaver. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. The entity did not just destroy our creations. It used us to build its own. It was an architect of flesh and steel, and it was growing stronger with every hole we dug. Suddenly the monitor went black. The building shook with a violent force that threw the researchers to the floor. Outside, the red light on the antenna exploded in a shower of sparks. The silence that followed was absolute. The generators had died. The lights had gone out. The only sound was the wind whistling over the obsidian rocks. I stood up and backed away from the building. I knew what was coming. I had felt this stillness before. It was the moment when the predator stops stalking and prepares to strike. A low sound began to rise from the borehole. It was not a mechanical sound. It was a long, deep moan that sounded like 1,000 voices crying out at once. It was the sound of the earth breathing through its new wound. The black rock around the camp began to crack. Thin lines of violet light leaked out from the fissures. I saw the researchers scrambling out of the building. They were shouting in terror, but their voices were drowned out by the moan. The ground began to liquefy. The heavy modular buildings started to sink into the obsidian as if it were quicksand. I reached into my pocket and gripped the leather pouch that Silas had given me. I felt the cold weight of the stones and the iron. I closed my eyes and whispered my own name. I felt the vibration trying to pull me apart. It wanted to turn my bones into dust and my blood into oil. It wanted to weave me into the pattern. But the stones in my hand felt solid. They felt like anchors in a storm. I stood my ground as the world around me dissolved into shadow and light. I saw the young engineer from the hardware store. He was standing near the borehole, paralyzed with fear. He was looking down into the pit, and I could see the reflection of the violet light in his eyes. He was not screaming. He was smiling. He was enchanted by the beauty of the destruction. He was the perfect audience for the end of the world. I wanted to reach out and grab him, but I knew it was too late. He was already gone. He was already a part of the song. The entire research station was swallowed in a matter of minutes. The buildings, the trucks, and the people were pulled down into the dark. There was no explosion and no fire. There was only the sound of the earth closing its mouth. When the moaning stopped, the obsidian flats were empty again. The black rock was smooth and unbroken. There was no sign that anyone had ever been there. The moon continued to shine its cold light over the landscape as if nothing had happened. I walked back to my truck. My legs felt like lead and my mind was a blur of horror and grief. I had witnessed the hunger of the weaver, and I knew now that it was insatiable. It did not matter how many anchors I held or how many names I whispered. The earth was waking up and it was going to reclaim everything. I drove back toward the town, but I did not go to the hardware store. I did not want to see Silas. I did not want to see the pity in his eyes. I drove out into the deep desert where there were no roads and no maps. I stopped the truck at the edge of a high plateau. I looked out over the vast, empty space and I felt a strange sense of peace. I realized that the battle was over. I did not have to be a hero or a witness. I did not have to be an engineer. I could just be a man standing on the skin of a planet. I took the leather pouch and emptied the stones onto the ground. I took the splinter of the old pine bridge and buried it in the sand. I was letting go of the threads. I sat on the hood of my truck and watched the stars. They were bright and steady, and they did not care about the things that lived in the deep. I thought about the bridges we had built and the dreams we had dreamed. I thought about the music of the cables and the strength of the steel. We were a remarkable species. We had tried to span the impossible. We had tried to build a home in a place that was never meant for us. And even though we were failing, there was a beauty in the attempt. I heard a faint hum in the distance. It was not the sound of a machine or a monster. It was the sound of the wind moving through the canyons. It was the sound of the desert breathing. I closed my eyes and let the sound wash over me. I felt the vibration in the truck, but I did not fight it. I let it move through me like a wave. I was no longer afraid of the dark. I was a part of it. And in that moment, I knew that the end was not something to be feared. It was just the final note in a very long and very beautiful song. The sun began to rise over the horizon. It painted the desert in shades of gold and purple. I watched as the light touched the black rocks of the obsidian flats. They looked like jewels scattered on the sand. I stood up and stretched my aching muscles. I felt light. I felt as if the weight of the world had finally been lifted from my shoulders. I got back into my truck and started the engine. I did not know where I was going, but I knew I was not going back. I drove toward the sun. I felt the heat on my face and the wind in my hair. I looked in the rearview mirror and saw the dust rising behind me. It was a long, thin trail that stretched back toward the life I had left behind. I saw the silhouette of a massive bridge in the distance, but I knew it was just a mirage. There were no more bridges. There were only the spaces between them. And as I drove, I began to sing. I sang a song of stone and wire. I sang a song of the things that are lost and the things that are found. I sang until my voice was hoarse, and the desert was the only thing left in the world. I stopped at a small oasis where a spring of clear water bubbled up from the rocks. I washed the dust and the blood from my hands. I drank deeply and felt the cool water move through my body. I looked at my reflection in the pool. I saw a man who had been through the fire and had come out the other side. I saw a man who was ready to live in a world without bridges. I sat by the water and waited for the night to return. I knew that the weaver was still there. I knew that the threads were still being pulled, but I also knew that for now I was free. The silence was my own, and the ground was just the ground. I was an engineer of the end, and I had finally reached the beginning. The desert did not end where the map said it should. It stretched beyond the boundaries of ink and paper into a realm where the horizon was a suggestion rather than a limit. I drove for hours across the cracked skin of the earth, and the silence of the cabin was the only thing that kept my mind from unraveling. Every mile I traveled took me further from the hardware store and the ghost of Sila's and the terrible appetite of the obsidian flats. I reached a place where the mountains looked like the teeth of a giant buried in the sand. They were jagged and white, and they shimmered in the heat of the afternoon sun. I pulled the truck to a stop in the shadow of a limestone cliff and stepped out into the dry heat. The air was so thin it felt as though it could break if I inhaled too sharply. I looked at my hands and saw that the grime of the hardware store was gone, but the memory of the vibration remained. It was a ghost in my marrow. I walked toward the base of the cliff and found a narrow path that wound upward into the rocks. I did not have a destination, but I felt a pull toward the heights. I wanted to see the world from a vantage point that was not dictated by the logic of the ground. As I climbed, the wind began to pick up, and it carried the scent of ancient dust and sun-bleached bone. There was no water here and no life save for the occasional lizard that darted between the shadows. I felt like the last man on a dead moon. When I reached the summit of the ridge, I looked back toward the west. The distance was a haze of gold and gray. Somewhere out there, the young engineer was becoming part of a subterranean architecture, and the government was likely sending more men to investigate the disappearance of the research station. They would find nothing but the smooth black surface of the obsidian. They would bring more drills and more sensors, and they would feed the weaver until the desert was full. I turned my back on the west and looked toward the east, where the land fell away into a series of deep and narrow canyons. These were the veins of the earth, and they were filled with a blue shadow that never seemed to lift. I began the descent into the first canyon. The walls were steep and polished by centuries of flash floods. I could see the layers of time stacked one on top of the other in the rock. Red and yellow and purple bands of sediment told the story of a world that had been drowning and burning long before humans arrived to build their fragile spans. I felt small and insignificant, and for the first time in my life, that feeling was a comfort. My failure as an engineer did not matter to the limestone. My silence did not matter to the wind. I was just a collection of atoms passing through a corridor of stone. At the bottom of the canyon, I found the remains of an old camp. It was not a modern research station, but a cluster of stone huts that looked as though they had grown out of the earth itself. There were no machines here and no wires. I walked among the ruins and felt a strange sense of familiarity. This was a place where people had lived in harmony with the hunger of the ground. They had not tried to bridge the gaps or dam the rivers. They had simply existed in the spaces that were left for them. I found a circular pit in the center of the camp, and when I looked down into it, I saw that it was lined with the same smooth black stones that Silas had given me. I realized then that Silas was not just a survivor of a collapse. He was a keeper of an ancient knowledge that we had forgotten in our rush to pave the world. The anchors were not just weights to keep us from drifting. They were offerings. They were a way of saying to the earth that we understood our place. I sat on the edge of the pit and felt the cool air rising from the depths. It did not feel like a threat. It felt like a breath. I stayed there for a long time, watching the shadows grow long and the light fade from the canyon walls. I thought about the bridge I had tried to build at Blackwood Gorge, and I understood now why it had failed. It was not a flaw in the steel or a mistake in the math. It was an act of arrogance. We had tried to impose our will on a power that did not recognize our existence. As the stars began to appear in the narrow strip of sky above the canyon, I heard a sound that was different from the wind. It was a low and rhythmic thumping like the beating of a drum. It was coming from deeper within the canyon system. I stood up and followed the sound. I walked through the darkness, using my hands to guide me along the cool stone walls. The thumping grew louder and more insistent, and with every step I felt the vibration in the ground change. It was no longer a jagged and violent shaking. It was a steady pulse that matched the beating of my own heart. I turned a corner and found myself in a vast natural amphitheater. The walls rose up hundreds of feet, and the floor was covered in a layer of fine white sand. In the center of the space, a fire was burning. It was a small and modest flame, but it cast a bright light that reached the highest reaches of the rocks. Standing around the fire were several figures. They were dressed in simple clothes made of hide and woven grass. They did not look like the people from the town or the researchers from the flats. They looked like they belonged to the canyon. They were the people who had stayed behind when the rest of the world moved into the cities of glass and light. They were dancing. It was not a fast or frantic dance, but a slow and deliberate movement that seemed to mimic the shifting of the tectonic plates. They moved in a circle around the fire, and their feet struck the sand in perfect unison. That was the source of the thumping sound. They were drumming on the earth with their bodies. I watched them from the shadows, and I felt a profound sense of awe. They were not fighting the weaver. They were singing to it. They were acknowledging the thread, and they were weaving themselves into the pattern on their own terms. One of the figures stopped and looked toward the shadow where I was standing. He was an old man with skin like weathered leather and eyes that held the depth of the canyon itself. He did not look surprised to see me. He gestured for me to come forward and join the circle. I hesitated for a moment, and then I stepped out into the firelight. I felt the heat of the flames on my face and the softness of the sand beneath my boots. The other dancers did not stop. They continued their slow and heavy rhythm, and I found myself moving with them. I did not know the steps, but the earth told my feet where to go. I felt the vibration rising through the sand, and it was no longer a thing of terror. It was a conversation. We were telling the ground that we were here, and the ground was telling us that it was listening. I felt the weight of my grief and my guilt begin to dissolve. I was no longer the man who had sold the tools for a grave. I was no longer the man who had watched his friend be consumed by the dark. I was a part of the rhythm. I was a note in the song. We danced for hours as the moon crossed the narrow opening of the canyon. My muscles ached and my breath came in short gasps, but I did not want to stop. I felt a connection to the world that I had never felt as an engineer. When you build a bridge, you are trying to separate yourself from the landscape. You are trying to rise above it. But when you dance on the sand, you are becoming the landscape. You are accepting the gravity and the heat and the inevitable return to the dust. When the fire began to die down, the old man led me away from the circle and toward a small cave in the canyon wall. Inside the cave was a collection of objects that made my heart stop. There were rusted bolts and pieces of twisted wire and fragments of concrete. They were the remains of the things that had been taken by the earth, but they were not piled in a heap of junk. They were arranged in beautiful and intricate patterns. They had been turned into art. The old man pointed to a piece of steel that I recognized as a section of a suspension cable. It had been bent into the shape of a flower. He told me in a voice that sounded like grinding stones that the earth does not hate what we build. It simply wants to participate. It takes our structures and breaks them down so that it can create something new. He said that the weaver is not a monster but a gardener. It prunes the world when it becomes too heavy with things that do not belong. He told me that the researchers at the Obsidian Flats had failed because they had approached the earth with a desire to master it. They had brought needles to a place that needed a song. I asked him if the world was going to end. He smiled, and his teeth were white against his dark skin. He told me that the world has ended many times, and it will end many times more. Every collapse is a beginning. Every hole in the ground is a mouth that is waiting to speak. He said that my job was not to save the bridge or the town. My job was to listen to the silence and to remember the names of the things that were gone. He handed me a small bowl of water and told me to drink. The water was sweet and cold, and it tasted of the deep places where the light never reaches. I slept that night in the cave, surrounded by the skeletons of our ambitions. I did not dream of falling or of the eye in the mist. I dreamed of a world where the bridges were made of vines and the roads were made of memory. I dreamed of a version of myself that was not afraid of the dark. When I woke up, the sun was high in the sky, and the canyon was filled with a brilliant golden light. The dancers were gone, and the fire was nothing but a circle of gray ash. I walked out of the cave and felt the strength in my legs. I knew what I had to do. I was not going to hide in the deep desert, and I was not going to return to the hardware store. I was going to find the places where the threads were the tightest. I was going to find the people who were trying to build in the path of the weaver, and I was going to tell them the story of the dance. I was going to be a different kind of engineer. I would not build spans of steel. I would build spans of understanding. I would teach them how to listen to the vibration and how to honor the hunger of the ground. I climbed out of the canyon and made my way back to my truck. The landscape looked different to me now. It was no longer a hostile and empty space. It was a living being that was breathing and moving beneath my feet. I started the engine and began the long drive back toward the west. I knew that the road would be difficult and that many people would not believe me. They would see me as a madman or a failure, but I did not care. I had felt the pulse of the world, and I knew the truth. As I drove, I saw a group of surveyors standing on a ridge near the highway. They had their transit levels and their measuring tapes, and they were looking out over a wide gorge. They were planning a new road. They were looking for a way to conquer the distance. I pulled the truck over and stepped out into the wind. I walked toward them, and I did not feel the weight of the stone in my gut. I felt the lightness of the sand. I reached into my pocket and touched the smooth black stones. They were cold and solid. I approached the lead surveyor, a man with a tired face and a dusty hat. He looked at me with curiosity. I did not tell him about the eye or the handprint. I did not tell him that his bridge would fall. I simply asked him if he had ever stopped to listen to the sound of the wind in the gorge. I asked him if he had ever felt the way the ground vibrates when the sun goes down. He looked at me as if I were speaking a foreign language, and for a moment I felt the old grief rising up. But then I remembered the dance. I remembered the rhythm of the feet on the sand. I began to speak. I told him about the layers of the earth and the memory of the stone. I told him that the gorge was not a problem to be solved, but a neighbor to be respected. I spoke for a long time, and the other surveyors gathered around to listen. They did not laugh, and they did not walk away. There was something in my voice that held them. It was the sound of a man who had seen the end of the world and had decided to keep walking. It was the sound of a man who had found his own anchor. When I was finished, the lead surveyor looked out over the gorge. He did not say anything for a long time. He looked at the jagged rocks and the deep shadows and the way the light played on the walls. He took off his hat and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He told me that he had always felt a strange tension in this place. He said that he had woken up in the middle of the night feeling as though the ground were moving beneath his tent. He had thought it was just his imagination or the stress of the job, but now he was not so sure. He thanked me for my words, and I watched as he turned back to his team. They did not pack up their equipment and leave, but they moved with a new sense of caution. They were no longer just measuring the distance. They were observing the landscape. It was a small change, but it was a start. I got back into my truck and continued my journey. I knew that I could not stop the weaver and I could not save everyone, but I could change the way we approached the darkness. I could turn the intrusion into a conversation. The sun began to set again, and the desert turned that deep shade of crimson that I had seen from the loading dock. I felt the tiny vibration in the soles of my feet. It was a greeting. The thread was still there, and it was stronger than ever, but I was no longer afraid of it snapping. I knew that the world would continue to spin, and the weaver would continue to weave, and I would continue to drive. I would be the witness and the storyteller. I would be the bridge between the people and the ground. I looked in the mirror and saw the stars beginning to wake up in the east. They were bright and steady, and they were singing their own silent song. I smiled and turned the truck toward the horizon. The road was long and the night was coming, but I was not alone. The earth was with me, and for the first time in my life, I was exactly where I was meant to be. The miles began to blur as the highway stretched into a region where the maps were blank. I drove until the fuel needle hovered near the bottom and the engine started to cough on the fumes of the tank. I found a lone gas station standing like a tombstone against the backdrop of a purple sky. It was a skeletal structure of rusted steel and cracked glass. There were no lights and no signs of life, but the pump handles felt heavy and real in my hand. I filled the tank with a slow and steady stream of gasoline, and I felt the vibration of the subterranean pumps deep in the soles of my boots. It was not the angry pulse of the weaver, but a mechanical echo of a world that was trying to keep moving despite the weight of the silence. I walked toward the small store attached to the pumps. The door was unlocked, and the interior smelled of stale tobacco and old paper. A man sat behind the counter with a face that looked like it had been carved from the same limestone I had climbed in the canyon. He did not look up when I entered. He was staring at a small television screen that showed nothing but static. The white noise filled the room, and it sounded like the rushing of a distant river. I placed a handful of crumpled bills on the counter, and he reached out to take them without breaking his gaze from the flickering screen. His fingers were long and thin, and I noticed that his fingernails were stained with the same black dust that had covered the hardware store. I asked him if he knew the way to the coast. He did not answer at first, but then he pointed a trembling finger toward the west. He said that the roads were changing. He said that the bridges were no longer where they used to be, and that the landmarks were shifting in the night. He spoke in a whisper as if he were afraid that the walls were listening. He told me that he had lived here for 60 years, and he had seen the desert grow hungry. He had seen the way the sand swallowed the fences, and the way the wind whispered the names of the people who had wandered off into the dunes. He told me to be careful of the shadows that did not move with the sun. I bought a bottle of water and a map that looked like it had been drawn by a man who was losing his mind. The lines were jagged, and the names of the towns were written in a script that I could barely read. As I turned to leave, the man finally looked at me. His eyes were pale and cloudy, as if he had spent too much time looking at the static. He told me that he could hear the humming. He said that it was getting louder every day, and that soon there would be nowhere left to hide. I did not tell him that I had danced to that humming. I did not tell him that I was no longer looking for a place to hide. I simply nodded and walked back out into the cool night air. The truck felt like a sanctuary as I pulled back onto the highway. I drove through the darkness, and the only light came from the stars and the glow of my dashboard. I thought about the old man in the canyon and the way he had turned the rusted steel into flowers. I thought about the surveyors and the way they had looked at the gorge with new eyes. I realized that the collapse was not just a physical event, it was a shifting of the spirit. We had spent so much time trying to build a world that was permanent and unchanging that we had forgotten how to live in a world that was alive. We had treated the earth like a foundation when we should have treated it like a partner. I reached a section of the road where the asphalt had been torn away by a massive fissure. The gap was 20 feet wide, and the bottom was lost in the shadows. This was the kind of obstacle that would have stopped me a week ago. I would have looked at it as a failure of engineering or a disaster to be mourned. But now I saw it as a choice. I saw it as a moment where the earth was reclaiming its space. I parked the truck and walked to the edge of the crack. I looked down and I could feel the cold air rising from the depths. It was the breath of the weaver, and it was steady and calm. I found a narrow ledge that led down into the fissure, and I followed it until I reached a place where a fallen pillar of rock had created a natural bridge. It was not a span of steel or concrete, but it was solid, and it was part of the landscape. I crossed the gap on my hands and knees, and I felt the texture of the stone beneath my palms. It was rough and ancient, and it did not vibrate with the tension of a suspension cable. It was simply there. When I reached the other side, I looked back and I saw the truck sitting on the edge of the road. It looked small and fragile, and I knew that I would have to leave it behind. The road ahead was not for machines. I began to walk. The desert at night was a different world. The silence was not empty, but full of the sounds of the earth moving. I heard the shifting of the sand and the cracking of the rocks as they cooled. I heard the distant howl of a kite and the flutter of a moth's wings. I felt the weight of the air on my skin and the scent of sagebrush in my nostrils. I walked for hours, and my body felt light and capable. I was no longer an engineer of the end. I was a traveler in the beginning. I came across a small settlement that was not on any map. It was a collection of trailers and tents huddled together in the lee of a red rock formation. A small fire was burning in the center of the camp, and a group of people were sitting around it. They were quiet and they looked tired, but there was no fear in their eyes. They looked like people who had accepted the terms of the new world. I approached them, and they offered me a seat by the fire. They did not ask me where I was from or where I was going. They simply shared their food and their warmth. I learned that they were refugees from the cities. They had fled when the skyscrapers began to line and the subways began to flood with the black water. They had come to the desert because they had heard that the ground was more honest here. They told me stories of the things they had seen. They spoke of buildings that had vanished overnight and of streets that had turned into rivers of sand. They spoke of the humming that had driven people mad and of the eye that watched from the clouds. But they spoke of these things as if they were natural disasters like a storm or a drought. They were not looking for a way to fight back. They were looking for a way to survive. I told them about the dance in the canyon. I told them about the old man and the steel flowers. I told them that the earth was not our enemy, but a gardener that was pruning the world. They listened with a quiet intensity, and I could see the tension leaving their shoulders. I told them that they did not need to be afraid of the humming. I told them that it was a song and that we just had to learn the words. We sat together in the silence, and for the first time in a long time, I felt a sense of community. We were not builders or survivors. We were witnesses. As the dawn began to break, I saw a shape on the horizon that made my heart race. It was a massive structure that looked like a rib cage made of white bone. It rose out of the sand like the skeleton of a giant, and it stretched for miles across the desert floor. I knew what it was. It was the remains of a bridge that had been built by a civilization that was much older than ours. It was a bridge that had been designed to move with the earth rather than against it. The spans were not rigid but flexible, and the pillars were not anchored in the rock but floated on the sand. I walked toward the white bridge and I felt a sense of wonder. This was the answer I had been looking for. This was the logic of the canyon and the rhythm of the dance translated into architecture. It was a structure that did not try to conquer the distance but celebrated it. I climbed onto the first span and I felt the way it swayed in the wind. It was a gentle and rhythmic movement that felt like the breathing of a living thing. I looked out over the desert and I saw the threads of the weaver stretching out in every direction. They were not snares, they were the veins of the world. I realized then that my journey was not about finding a destination. It was about finding a way to exist in the transition. The old world was falling away and the new world was not yet born. We were living in the space between the notes. I stood on the white bridge and I looked toward the west where the sun was rising. The light was gold and pure and it washed over the desert like a flood. I felt the vibration in the bridge and I matched my own pulse to it. I was no longer afraid of the end of the world. I was ready for the beginning of the earth's. I spent the day exploring the white bridge. I found that it was covered in carvings that told the history of a people who had lived in harmony with the weaver. They had seen the collapses and the rebuildings, and they had understood that nothing is permanent. They had built their world out of memory and song, and they had left this bridge as a sign for those who would come after. I touched the carvings, and I felt the wisdom of the ages flowing into my fingers. I was not just an engineer anymore. I was a keeper of the pattern. As the evening approached, I saw a figure walking toward the bridge from the south. It was a woman with long dark hair and a cloak made of woven grass. She moved with the same grace as the dancers in the canyon, and she carried a staff topped with a piece of obsidian. She did not look at me until she reached the base of the bridge. She climbed up and stood beside me, and her presence was as calm as the desert night. She told me that she had been waiting for someone to find the bridge. She said that the time of the builders was over and the time of the listeners had begun. She asked me what I had heard in the silence. I told her about the vibration and the song. I told her about the eye and the handprint. I told her about the young engineer who had become part of the architecture. She nodded, and her eyes were full of a deep and ancient light. She told me that the young engineer was not dead but transformed. He was a new kind of anchor, and he was helping to hold the world together during the change. She said that we all have a part to play in the weaving, and that mine was to carry the story of the bridge to those who were still lost in the cities of glass. She handed me a small piece of the white bone from the bridge. It was light and strong, and it felt warm in my hand. She told me that this was my new tool. It was not a hammer or a drill, but a tuning fork. I was to use it to find the places where the earth was trying to speak, and I was to help the people there to listen. I was to be a guide in the wilderness of the transition. I accepted the gift, and I felt a surge of purpose that I had never known. I was no longer a man who had lost everything. I was a man who had found the only thing that mattered. We stood on the bridge as the stars began to appear. The desert was vast and beautiful, and the humming was a steady and comforting presence. I knew that there were still many challenges ahead. I knew that the government would continue to send men with machines, and that the hunger of the ground would continue to claim the things that did not belong. But I also knew that there was a way to live through it. I knew that the silence was not an end but a doorway. I looked at the woman and I saw that she was smiling. She told me that the weaver was pleased with my progress. She said that the thread was strong and that the pattern was unfolding exactly as it should. She turned and began to walk back toward the south, and I followed her. We walked across the white bridge and into the heart of the desert. The road was gone and the maps were useless, but we knew the way. We were moving with the rhythm of the world, and we were going to find the others who were ready to dance. The night was long, but it was not dark. The light of the stars reflected off the white sand, and the obsidian stones glowed with an inner fire. I felt the strength in my legs and the clarity in my mind. I was an engineer of the beginning, and I was finally home. The desert was not a place of death, but a place of life in its most raw and honest form. I was ready to face the future because I had finally understood the past. I was a part of the weaver, and the weaver was a part of me. The world was changing, and I was changing with it. We were the threads, and the pattern was beautiful. The woman led me through a pass where the red rocks leaned toward one another like elders sharing a secret. She did not speak for many miles, and I found that my own need for conversation had withered away in the cool night air. The only sound was the rhythmic strike of her obsidian staff against the hard, packed earth and the soft crunch of my boots. Every step I took felt intentional. I was no longer fighting the gravity of the landscape or trying to conquer the distance with the speed of a machine. I was moving at the pace of a heartbeat. The white bone tuning fork in my hand grew warm, and I could feel its subtle pull towards certain areas of the ground where the humming was more melodic. We arrived at a place where the desert floor opened into a wide basin of salt and silver. In the center of this basin, a large group of people had gathered. There were hundreds of them, and they were not huddled in fear like the refugees I had met before. They were moving in a slow circular pattern around a central point that I could not yet see. As we drew closer, I realized they were not just walking, but performing a collective task. They were clearing away the debris of the old world. Pieces of rusted rebar and shattered concrete were being piled into mounds that looked like burial cairns. They were stripping the land of its industrial scars and laying bare the raw skin of the earth. The woman stopped at the edge of the salt flat and gestured for me to observe. She said that these people were the first of the menders. They understood that before a new pattern could be woven, the tangles of the old one had to be straightened. I saw families working together, and I saw individuals who looked as though they had walked across entire continents to reach this place. There was no hierarchy here, and no one was giving orders. They moved with a shared intuition, as if they were all listening to the same silent conductor. The air above the basin shimmered with a pale blue light that did not come from the moon or the stars. It was an effervescence of the ground itself, a visible sign of the energy that had been trapped beneath the weight of our cities. I walked into the basin and joined a group of men who were lifting a massive slab of asphalt that had once been part of a major interstate. The material felt heavy and dead, but as we heaved it toward the perimeter, I felt a sudden release in the tension of the soil. It was as if the earth was taking a deep breath after being smothered for a century. One of the men looked at me, and his face was smeared with the same black dust I had seen so often. He did not ask who I was. He simply handed me a heavy pry bar and pointed to a section of buried pipe that was weeping a dark, oily fluid. We worked together for hours, and my muscles burned with a fatigue that felt clean and necessary. We were unmaking the world so that it could finally rest. As the sun began to rise over the rim of the basin, the work slowed, and the people gathered toward the center. There stood a young girl who could not have been more than 10 years old. She was holding a large bowl carved from a single piece of turquoise. She walked to the center of the cleared space and poured a stream of clear water onto the parched ground. Where the water touched the salt, a sprout of vibrant green broke through the surface. It grew with impossible speed and unfurled leaves that looked like hammered emeralds. It was not a plant I recognized from any botany book. It was a manifestation of the intent of the menders and the response of the weaver. The woman with the obsidian staff stepped forward and introduced me to the group. She did not use my name or my former title. She called me the witness of the bridge. The people looked at me with eyes that were clear and steady. They did not want to hear about engineering or the collapse. They wanted to hear about the white bridge and the promise it held. I stood before them and held up the bone-tuning fork. I told them about the flexibility of the ancient spans and the way the structure moved with the wind. I told them that we did not need to build walls to keep the world out, because the world was the very thing that would sustain us if we allowed it to move through us. I spoke of the young engineer who had become an anchor, and I saw tears in the eyes of many who had lost loved ones to the shifting ground. I told them that their loss was not a senseless tragedy, but a part of a larger transformation. I told them that the people we had lost were the foundations of the new world, and that they were still with us in the vibration of the stone and the song of the wind. When I finished speaking, a deep silence fell over the basin. It was not the silence of a void, but the silence of a seed waiting to germinate. The blue light intensified, and for a moment I could see the threads of the weaver clearly. They were golden and glowing, and they connected every person in the basin to the horizon and the sky. The woman told me that my time in the basin was finished. She said that I had a longer road to travel, and that the cities of the coast were still screaming in the dark. They needed to hear the story of the bridge before they tore themselves apart in their panic. She gave me a bag of dried fruit and a canteen of the clear water from the turquoise bowl. She told me that the bone-tuning fork would guide me through the shifting landscapes, and that I would find others along the way who were waiting for the signal. I felt a heavy responsibility settle on my shoulders, but it did not feel like a burden. It felt like a calling. I turned toward the west and began to walk away from the salt basin. The morning heat started to rise, and the horizon danced in the haze. I looked back once and saw the menders returning to their work. They looked like small dots of color against the vast white expanse, and I knew that they would remain there until the basin was completely healed. I felt a sense of peace knowing that even as the world fell apart, there were those who were dedicated to putting it back together in a way that would last. The desert felt larger than it ever had before, and yet I did not feel small. I felt as though I was expanding to fill the space. The terrain became more rugged as I climbed into the foothills of a coastal mountain range. The road here was a jagged line of broken stone, and the trees were twisted into shapes that defied the laws of biology. Their roots were not buried in the soil, but wrapped around the boulders like the fingers of a drowning man. I used the tuning fork to find the paths of least resistance. When the bone vibrated with a sharp, high pitch, I knew to avoid that area as the ground was unstable and prone to sudden shifts. When it gave off a low, resonant hum, I knew the path was solid and safe. I was learning to read the language of the earth through my hands. I encountered a military checkpoint near the summit of the pass. A group of soldiers stood behind a barrier of sandbags and barbed wire. They looked exhausted and their uniforms were ragged. They had a large machine that was drilling into the side of the mountain, and the noise was a violent intrusion into the natural rhythm of the area. I approached them with my hands visible, and the lead officer stepped forward with his hand on his holster. He demanded to know where I was going and what I was carrying. I showed him the tuning fork, and I told him that I was a messenger. He laughed a hollow sound that had no joy in it and told me that the roads were closed by executive order. He said that they were trying to anchor the mountain with steel pylons to prevent the highway from sliding into the valley below. I looked at the drilling machine and I could feel the agony of the rock. The vibrations coming from the mountain were frantic and discordant. I told the officer that his machines were making the problem worse. I told him that the mountain did not want to be anchored and that every hole they drilled was a wound that would only cause the earth to lash out. He did not want to listen. He said that he had his orders and that the survival of the supply lines depended on the stability of this pass. I asked him if he had noticed that the ground moved more violently every time they started the drill. He paused, and I saw a flicker of doubt in his eyes. He admitted that they had lost 3 men the previous night when a section of the cliff had simply turned to liquid and swallowed their camp. I told him to stop the machines for just 10 minutes. I told him to let his men sit in the silence and feel what the mountain was trying to do. He looked at his watch and then at the tired faces of his soldiers. He signaled for the operator to cut the power. The silence that followed was deafening. The ringing in my ears faded, and I held the tuning fork against the surface of the road. I invited the officer to place his hand next to mine. At first he felt nothing, but then his eyes widened. He felt the steady, deep pulse of the mountain. It was not a chaotic shaking, but a slow, rhythmic heave like the chest of a sleeping giant. I told him that the mountain was shifting its weight to accommodate the changes in the valley below. It was not trying to fall. It was trying to find a new balance. If they continued to drill, they would interrupt that process, and the entire slope would collapse. The officer stood up and looked at the jagged peaks above us. He told his men to pack up the drills. He said that they would find a different way to secure the perimeter. It was a small victory, but as I walked past the checkpoint, I felt a sense of relief from the stone beneath my feet. The mountain seemed to settle, and the discordant vibrations smoothed into a calm drone. I continued down the western slope, and the air began to change. It grew heavy with the scent of salt and rot. The coast was near, and I could hear the distant roar of the ocean. It was not the sound of waves hitting the shore, but the sound of the water reclaiming the land. The outskirts of the first coastal city were a labyrinth of flooded streets and leaning towers. The skyscrapers looked like broken teeth against the gray sky. There were no lights in the windows, and the only movement came from the dark water that swirled around the bases of the buildings. I saw boats navigating the avenues, and I heard the distant sound of sirens that never seemed to get any closer. The humming here was intense and frantic. It was the sound of a million people trapped in a structure that was no longer viable. The city was a giant tuning fork that was vibrating at the wrong frequency. I found a group of people living on the roof of a parking garage. They had rigged up a system of ropes and pulleys to move between the buildings. They looked at me with suspicion until I held up the white bone. A woman who seemed to be the leader of the group climbed down to meet me. She told me that the tide was coming in higher every day and that the foundations of the city were dissolving in the black water. She said they had tried to build dams and levees, but the water simply rose up from the sewers and the basements. The city was being attacked from within. I told her about the salt basin and the menders. I told her that they had to stop trying to hold back the water and start moving with it. I showed her how to use the tuning fork to find the buildings that were still anchored to the bedrock and which ones were floating on the silt. I spent the night on the roof sharing my water and my stories. I told them that the era of the city was ending, but that did not mean their lives had to end. I spoke of the white bridge and the flexible world that lay beyond the mountains. By the time the sun rose, many of them were gathering their belongings. They were ready to leave the glass and steal behind and head toward the desert. I walked toward the harbor where the great bridge once stood. It was a mass of twisted orange metal and snapped cables. It looked like a giant harp that had been smashed by a frustrated god. I stood at the edge of the broken pier and looked out at the horizon. The weaver was here too, pulling the threads of the tide and the tectonic plates. I felt the vibration of the ocean floor, and I knew that the transition was accelerating. The world was not breaking. It was being reborn. I raised the tuning fork one last time, and the sound it made was a perfect match for the roar of the sea. I was ready to walk across the water if that was what the pattern required. I was the bridge, and the road went on forever.